The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. My plan for the blueprints today is to do it at the half-hour increments of each hour. So right now it's 15 after. We'll be doing our first prediction in about 15 minutes, or whenever I notice after that time, and then every hour from then. That should mean that our last prediction gets started 30 minutes before we end stream. If I timed it right. But anyway, in our last stream, we mostly played around with our gases, trying to make storage be, easily accessible. But then I realized that if I just move everything that was on top of here down to the bottom, we can get in here. We fixed every wire that was broken. We also added in a carbon dioxide infinite storage so that this area can continuously get heated up. Also by the natural gas generators constantly running. We are slowly getting rid of this. I don't know what happened there. Why there's a block of steel or tile of steel. That's new. This is going to be taken apart slowly over time. We're also working on Watelin, both making a infinite liquid storage so that we can fill at least some of this water in there. But we're also trying to make a livable area. So we're going to be using the water from in here to go down there. Now, one of the issues we have is that our power supply area is going to need an atmosphere. So this micrograms of carbon dioxide that's venting out into space, we kind of want to keep this. So I don't know if I want to do tiles going across this entire area to try and keep that carbon dioxide down there. And then we put like a little door right here or something. I'm not sure. I know they're going down to try and get graphite. We didn't bring any stuff to do the spawn with. But then again, if we're only doing a spawn for about one duplicate, and it's just going to be constantly going through all this, we might be okay. We do need a little bit of salt water though. So I'm hoping that this becomes not dormant soon. This water over here is kind of going up and down. The water's still trying to figure out where it needs to be. Could make a room over here. I don't know if they're going to use this oxalate, but I'm going to put a tile there. They'll probably use it. The whole reason why we want a spam over here is because they're having so much trouble just getting down here because they're suffocating constantly. So if we give them a small room, they will be able to survive a little bit longer. So you know what, I'm gonna try making the spawn over here with the copper that we have on this asteroid. If I dig this, it lands where I can't reach, so we won't dig there. We will dig all that out. That's all the metal that we have on this asteroid. So I doubt that there's anything else that gets counted as a metal. There is iron and what looks like copper. No, that's iron ore, and iron is down here, along with some coal. So we could use coal generators. And this is all lime and fossil, which is also lime. The only other thing I could think about to try and make this a little bit more efficient is to just dig everything. That way they're not running around everything, they're just where they are. Trying to decide on if that's a good idea or not. Yeah, let's do it. Instead of making a spawn, I do kind of want to get this vacuumed out though. I'm gonna put in a small area just to try and pump out the water as much as I can. That's only 240. If I put 3 batteries right here. Generator, and then we need enough for a pump, which we do have. This will go all the way down here. And then we need to get the pipes. If I just go straight up, I would end up being there, but we're gonna go over one. Like that. Now it said that we ran out of whatever making the... Oh, we might not have enough wire for that. If we don't have enough wires, we're just gonna do what we can and then we'll move the pump up a little bit. Because they should build wires coming downward since they have to go over here. Actually, we're mining out more metal right now, so we actually do have enough for where the pump is. So we should be fine. And the fact that I'm doing this out of a mesh tile should mean that we don't become overwhelmed by the water. It is going to keep expanding and retracting because there are tiles down here that are still breaking, I think, just from the pressure of the water. And this is just to keep the pressure from overgoing the salt water. We may, however, run out of sandstone, in which case I'll have to mine more out. Which I think I can do right now. So we're not going to be able to grab the sandstone from right here for the moment. I'm also going to mine this. You know what, let's mine the stuff that is just weird. We are going to kind of mine out the entire asteroid. Because this rocket platform can stay floating. We will need a way to get up and over this pillar that we made. So let's do temporary ladders there. And then I am going to have to tell them disable auto repair on all of this so that they don't continuously repair it. Because it is going to overheat. Especially when we send the rocket back home. So I'm going to immediately turn that off now. We're gonna need a few ladders over here just to dig all of that. But now we should be able to go like this. So that should mean that we have more than enough sandstone to do all this. I do want to keep this in its room, so we're not going to mine that out. But I want to be able to grab the copper if we need it. You know, I don't know if they'll be able to dig this tile, so I'm going to just do those two for right now. Maybe even all of that. Now we have to figure out how we're going to get down there, and I think we'll just make a staircase like that. Eventually. They're working their way down the ladder. If I do that, and then we just go over like this. Which means that I can actually just do the staircase right now. Because they'll be able to get to this once they get down here. And then we'll be able to get rid of this ladder. Pretty sure I can get rid of both of those. We are going to need a ladder to get over to this. And because it's 5 tiles tall, I'm just going to go like this. They'll build that eventually. They're getting pretty close to the bottom down here. Is there food? They're doing pretty well. Oh, I forgot Watelin. Empty that. We moved these two, well, I guess we moved just the hydrogen over, and we're gonna move it back to where it originally was. I do want to move this as well, so this tile needs to go away. And I'm hoping that if we start pumping some of this out, this little bubble will stop happening. I don't know if it will stop happening, but I'm hoping it will. Alright, let's start deconstructing these as well. I'm gonna make sure that's on buildings. And then let's say all of this. And then what I'm also going to do, put a ladder there, and bottle emptier there, because we're going to mop up some of the water that's on the edges. Tile there, because we can't mop those. Let's get ladders over here. And these are temporary ladders, so I'm only going to go every other. Surprisingly, that lines up with the tile that we placed there as a debris catcher. Or when they drop stuff as they're trying to get up. What happened there? Okay, this is now starting to pump it out, and we do have a gas in here, so this will turn into an infinite liquid storage. So ever so slowly, this is going to get drained out. And it should be helping this area. It did go up a little bit. And that just went up a lot. If we can get this to stop doing that, that means we're working on it. Now, I think it is going to be draining from over here first, because this is higher. Ani does have a pressure sense. So even though this looks like it's separated, it's still connected, so it should be grabbing from over here first, which is going down slowly. I'm not entirely sure why they're taking so long. Oh, it's being made out of igneous rock rather than sandstone. I am going to stop all that then. That's going to take way too long to do. The tile that's over here can be made out of igneous rock, but these ladders, I don't want to take that long. Just tell them to dig everything out right there. I think I might bring this ladder up to here. I'm looking at it. This does look a little bit odd. The rover's gonna fall to the bottom of the asteroid. They are doing this, so that's great. They can only do one ladder at a time when they're doing this every other section thing. Unless they're going vertically. Then they should be able to do 3. It looks like we're going to have a couple tiles that we're going to have to place in. Especially right here. They might actually be able to reach that tile. Other than that, I don't think we need more tiles. This is still going up. So there must just be that much liquid in here. That is just going crazy. This, however, is already above what it can hold. So there is already a infinite storage there. Now, on one hand, all this water does make them not able to breathe, but they're also in suits that have no oxygen from the moment they come out of the rocket. So I don't really think our main issue is the water getting down here. It's the fact that they can't breathe when they get out of the rocket. So I'm going to start doing just a straight ladder going all the way down to here. And I think we are actually going to start just digging out the entire asteroid. We'll get rid of both of these. They'll get that oxalite back. They might even put it in the rocket, which is fine. And then we'll have to see where they start dropping the debris as they come up this ladder, because we're going to have to do another crossover. I could do fire poles going down, but that won't help them going up. Just raise the priority of the manual generator so somebody runs on that. Now this is a cool slush geyser, which means polluted water. That's something to worry about later on, actually. We should probably get into here and seal this off now. I wonder if we're going to see that after it goes through this cloud. I don't know if the game processes stuff that's behind it. Oh, it does. Look at that. Go all the way down here. That's pretty neat. Like I was saying, I didn't know if it was going to process it falling through that. Maybe it is still draining from right here specifically. And then only when it gets down to this point underneath the salt that it's going to then take from here. I don't know. What I do know is if we just build a tank here and get this all vacuumed out, when it starts to produce polluted water, it will off-gas and give us an atmosphere. One that we will be able to breathe, too. So I definitely want to get in here and dig everything out. Should be able to get all of that if I put a ladder right here. Probably can't reach all of this without a ladder. They can't, so we're gonna go like this with one ladder. And I actually don't want to dig that out. If this wasn't already in water, I would have did the same thing as over here, where we try to keep it dry. us getting rid of the tiles will also drop the water quite a bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough to drop it past this cool slush geyser, but it could get close if we're lucky. Still 2 ladders for us to deconstruct there. I'm not sure if they're having a hard time building. They are having a hard time building those. If this doesn't continue going up and down, I may just get rid of this and let them run across. Why did somebody die? Sophie suffocated. Where is Sophie? That's Dupe. That's Willow. Where was Sophie standing that she died? Better not be in the rocket. Papa Rasputin, Gino. We're gonna have to reload the last, the last save. Where is Sophie? Sophie is here. I think she's the second digger. Oh, she's over here. Why did you get stuck? Before we do anything else, we need to figure out that. I think they just didn't leave quick enough. Or they were up here and that's just where they fell. Because they're doing stuff over here. Let's load the other game. Try and save Sophie. They should be able to breathe a little bit of oxygen that's in here, though. I guess at this point I probably should make a ceiling to this so they have an atmosphere. I'm going to start this. Now it shouldn't be close enough for the rocket to do anything, but let's do the math on that. We're also going to do a regular blueprint, and the first prediction, so let's start that, is the first blueprint in the top left corner. Going to give tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper. You guys have 10 minutes to decide. At the start of the next hour, we will open it. Over here, they did stuff. They have this ready for us to look at. But the first thing I need to know is from underneath the rocket platform, how far down do I have to be? I have to be the 8th block. 8th tile. From here, I have to be 8 tiles down. So we have to go 2 more tiles. And like this. I'm actually pretty sure we can go right here. Then we'll have our door. And tiles all the way across. That'll help us get to this ladder as well. So, Sophie is alive yet again. This will also help us put the aqua tuner and stuff out here. Not the aqua tuner, the thing that makes oxygen from water. The oxygen hydrogen thing. And we should probably make sure that this is being worked on efficiently. It looks like Willow is overstressed. Yeah, Willow definitely is high stress. How stressed is Willow? Is there a way to see that? 65%. Not good, but also not overly bad. So anyway, while they're doing this, I'm going to pause. We're going to go to Wadado and attempt to do some of this without looking at it. So I first need to get in here and deconstruct that like I already had it planned. And then we also need to deconstruct all of this. That should allow us to get into here, which will be a vacuum. Next thing to do is figure out how in the world I'm going to get these gases to be moved around. Because I need to move this to over here. That's the output pipe. I'm gonna place that there for the moment and see what they do. Watelin is the priority planet right now. Is this still on a 7? It is not. This is on a 7 though. And I am actually going to deconstruct a few of these. Because it looks like the water has gone down enough that it won't be too much of a problem in a couple cycles. I'm okay with them dropping the bottles. Shouldn't really cause us much trouble. Something that may cause trouble is trying to get over here. Because I want to build that tile. And now that they have this, we can deconstruct the ladder from over here as we make our way back. I think this is going to raise up again, but I don't think it's going to overtop this. I want to know why this keeps bubbling up over here, though. It's not the entire thing getting raised up a tile, it's just over here is raising by like 3 tiles at a time. Alright, this is still a vacuum. I can put a tile right here now. And then we're gonna have a fun time trying to go from here into here. And we had moved the hydrogen pipe. So we're gonna need to redo this. Oh, wait. That's not where the bridge needs to be. Bridge actually needs to be one more over with this being cut off. Because this is actually going to go this way. and then bridged up into here. This needs to be deconstructed. I don't know why I paused. How are we doing on food? We're doing okay. We're not running out of food yet. I am going to put in the thing for the water to be taken from, but I'm not going to turn it on right away. One, because it's going to take a lot of power that we don't have right now, but also because... No, let's not do it that way. Let's bridge it so this is prioritized. Also because we don't have a roof to keep the oxygen in here. And then if I were to put a pump up here, or two, we may be able to make this a spawn. With me moving this over, I think 4 blocks. I don't know if we're gonna need 2 natural gas generators, or if we're only gonna need 1, but we'll have to figure it out. And this is all just so we can survive a little bit longer and get more graphite, because we're struggling to get down there. I want all of this to be prioritized. Alright, we have some hydrogen that got pushed in here, which is fine. We actually wanted that. What I don't want is that. And we actually want this to be bridged onto that side. So I think I may need to actually put this bridge where it was originally. And get rid of the other tile. Which means that I'm going to need a bridge here. And go like this. Now, in here, I need some way of getting all of this oil over to here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct not everything. Just those tiles, and then we're going to build our way in. Put those in so they can use this hydrogen once it's set up correctly. And I will go like this for now. So hopefully hydrogen from over here, which is non-existent, can go in there. I just need to slowly build the oil in one tile at a time. They're doing great over here. They should be able to breathe in here. I'm not sure why they're not trying to breathe the milligram of oxygen. And I made this not able to be fixed so that we're not wasting the metal. If you repair a building, it uses more metal rather than letting it completely break down. If you deconstruct it, you get all the debris back, or all the metal that you put in back, and you can just rebuild it. So at the cost of spending time to rebuild, you save metal. Oh, they didn't finish it. They got the whole left side of the asteroid done, so they should be just focusing on the right side. I'm gonna tell them to prioritize getting rid of this as well. They don't have to build all this stuff, but I want them to get rid of the batteries so that we can replace them. I am probably gonna want a little bit of atmosphere held up here with the hydrogen so that we don't have to keep rebuilding the generator. It's gonna require a little bit of refined metal. So I might want to put a, not a refinery. That might be what, no, a rock crusher, that's what I'm thinking of. Which is in refinery. It does take up the room that's here. So when that is done, I want them to not do any of this. I want that on a 7, that on a 7. Let's go back to Wadado. Build a couple more tiles. We're gonna push it all the way to the point where we get one tile right here, and then we're gonna flip which side we're going into this area so that I can get rid of this tile and push the stuff the rest of the way. Let's take a look in Sputnik. Sputnik has 0 food. We need everyone to go home. Doesn't matter what you're doing, just go home. And we forgot to do these. So let's see how hot this area gets. Doesn't seem like it's actually producing that much heat. Like, this area is gonna increasingly get hotter and hotter as we go on, but right now it seems fine. I'm not sure why they didn't, because I didn't set that up to be deconstructed. I see. Unfortunate. It still says that I can build here for some reason. But I have a feeling once they get a certain amount of distance away, I won't be able to. What I want to do is bridge water into here, of course. But then, if this ever gets to the point where it drains out completely, I then want to take from here and bridge onto this. Right, if I go to the star map, how far away are they from getting home? 2.5 cycles. Does everyone have enough in them to get home? You do not, Sophie. Okay. We're gonna have to load a couple cycles back. So this would have been the start of this cycle, so that means we want this one. So this is when everything started to break down. We don't have this done. We don't have this taken care of yet. Let's put in those pipes that we just did. And did the food go bad this cycle? No, it went bad previously, so we might have to go back another cycle. Let's get them home right now. I do want to queue up as much as I can while I can do it. When it starts to leave, there we go. I want to see what they're all at right now. I only see 4 duplicates in here, but there's 5. Okay, Sophie was the culprit the last time. It wouldn't make us make it. I don't think we can make it now. Because it says Sophie's below 2,500. Let's go back yet another one. Lose even more progress. So we want cycle 2211. I really need a way for me to set off an alarm when the food gets to 0. I think I can do that. Because I think the refrigerators give off a automation thing when they get to a certain storage amount. These are going to start going, so let's deconstruct them now. Do we have food in here? We do not. Okay, get everyone out of here. Sophie is the culprit. Sophie now has 3 cycles. Gino has more than 3. Willow is about 2.5. Dupe is less than Sophie? We're gonna have to go another cycle. We do have a lot of fluorine in here already, though. Alright, let's hope that this is 2210. The only other thing I could think about is setting up a debris shipper. I don't remember what the buildings are called, but there's a thing that shoots whatever you put into it from one asteroid. It flies through space and then it lands near the surface of the second asteroid you're sending it to. Or if you put a beacon, it lands near the beacon. I could build that. It would take more time, but it would probably be better than doing this. So we have food right now. This food all goes bad this cycle. So we're gonna send it. We're gonna send everyone home. I don't think there's much else for them to do in here. And then the rest of our focus could be just on our main asteroid, which we had just gotten into here. So we'll build that. We'll also get in here. And I need to look at this. So we didn't waste any time doing the bridges the wrong way this time. This needs to be there, so I need to... If I can get my mouse in the right monitor, there we go. I need to cut from there. This needs a bridge going down, so that we can use this pipe. Go over here. Let's go straight up. Need a pipe right there. We don't need this. You need to go here. What am I switching this to? Why am I switching to granite? Because this is granite. Why is that granite? There's so much igneous rock. Didn't mean to cancel this, but alright. So this is probably granite too. Yeah, I don't know why this got made out of granite. We must have been really low on igneous rock. Should be it. Put this in and deconstruct all of this. We also haven't taken a look at the bottom of the base. Start getting that further down. Queue up all this automation we deconstructed. Ladders across there. Dig that tile, which they can't dig. And pretty much everything down here is cleaned up. Welcome back from the ads. That does mean that we've hit our first hour mark, plus a couple minutes. So let's do our first prediction. We have 6.9 thousand points in bottoms and 30 points in wallpaper. Now we were getting bottoms a lot, so I think it's going to be bottoms again. And it is. I don't know why we get bottoms so much. Is there more socks than there are anything else? So whoever put it into bottoms, you're getting an extra 30 points back along with what you put in. And in about 20 minutes, we'll start the second prediction. So they sweep all this up. This whole right side of the colony is clear. We do have all of this to deconstruct now, including all of the power that's no longer being used. Wonderful. You know, if we're bringing the power spine in here already, we might as well just sneak it through here and go all the way down into this. But then again, we can't get into the door, so never mind. We'll leave it the way it is. I could, on the other hand, add these pipes or pumps into this, but I don't know if we need to. Alright, we got into here. Did all of that food go bad already? Yes, it did. So right now, at the start of this cycle, which we've never been to before, we've never been to cycle 2211. We have 2 cycles up before they get home. Everyone needs 2,000 kit calories. Yes. What? They have 3. 3. Close, but still counts. And 3. So yeah, they have more than enough. They have actually another 0.2 cycles of food available to them. So we'll continue focusing on the hydrogen now. Getting this reset up to be put into here. Oh, why is the power disconnected here? I must have deconstructed things that I didn't mean to deconstruct. They did that. They did the ladders from down here. I don't know what's going on with this bleach stone that they're having trouble with. Where are they taking the bleach stone? That's the next question. They're taking it all the way up here. Okay. I think that we could use this here for forever. And that we will need a way to get all the way up here. And then connect into here. Actually, if I cancel this, just deconstruct those. We unfortunately have to deconstruct the ladders and the fire pole in order to put the tubes in. Not happy about it, but it's something we need to do. There's already 55, almost 56 kilograms of carbon dioxide in each one of those tiles, just from the natural gas generators. And I think this steam at the top is getting a little bit warmer. That's right, we have spaghetti here. As long as we're not just destroying the natural gas, we can just get rid of pipes and not have to worry about where they're going. Let's get rid of both of those. We're going to need to prioritize where everything is going a little bit differently than it currently is. So we're going to need to prioritize going in here. Which I'm going to do by going... This needs to go up and bridge over here, so there has to be a bridge up right here. On the other hand, we could go over one while still bridging up one, just so that we can bridge here and go in. This will go into that. Which means that we actually want to keep those. We do not want to keep this, because that has fluid oxygen in it. This is gonna have to be cut off for now. Don't know why everything up here is granite. I don't want that connected that way. I want it connected from here in. Let's just stop all of that from moving around. And instead just get rid of all of the bridges and stuff. I am gonna still want that tile though. That's not going to be deconstructed, but we are going to use it. Going like that, getting rid of this bridge. This should allow us to connect those together. Now right now this is an infinite loop until that bridge gets deconstructed, but eventually this is all going to file into this storage container. Oh, things are going to get really complicated up here. Actually, it doesn't have to get complicated. I can kind of see how this should get done. are they doing over here? They are still getting rid of stuff. And also right here still has hydrogen in it. We definitely want all of this gas taken out of here. I just disconnect that for a second here. Just to do that, and then re-add this together. Probably doesn't matter if we do destroy some of this hydrogen. Okay, for some reason this is saying it can't get rid of stuff, so we need a pipe added in right there. And just doing that, for some reason, it allows us to release again. We are going to add this up here as a temporary fix, because we need to move this fluid oxygen up to here. So we can do a lot of pipe spaghetti with just the natural gas rather than all the pipes. So by doing this way, I should be left with only about 2 tiles over here filled with chlorine gas. Okay, this should push all of the oil into this tile. We'll put 1 tile here to keep the gas in here. And then we just need to put a tile right there and break into this again, so that we can deconstruct this, put 1 tile here. That should push all of the oil over. And then we just need to build everything back in. So this is almost done. So there's 3,000 that tile and almost 2,000 this one. Oh, the other rocket's here, so that means we probably used the hydrogen generators because we just refilled the rocket. And I need this grounded. Something we can do is deconstruct all these tiles and get the graphite back from it, which will make a little bit more supercoolant. And we will wait until we run out of supercoolant before we go back. Now, I need somebody to do this, but it doesn't seem like anyone's coming over for it. Not entirely sure why, but we do have 24 duplicates on this asteroid, so things will get cleaned up after a while. There are only 2 suits there. I don't know where the 3rd suit is. They're probably still making the 3rd suit. sweep all that up, and the tiny amount of liquid that's right here. We have a lot of critters in here, so I'm gonna queue all these up to be killed. And I got rid of all of the ladders, so we're ready to build that in. Go to here, and then we connect into there. If they drop something that's fertilizer for food, they can get all the way down here, pick it up, and go back up. Awesome. Got rid of most of this. And we're not actually going to deconstruct this, we just need to switch it over to being for the polluted oxygen. Which I am actually not going to switch over, I'm just going to deconstruct all this. Is this going to empty? It actually just emptied. Don't think I want to deconstruct any of that, actually. Alright, so pipe spaghetti here. Let's get rid of a bunch of bridges. These things are actually going to change. Instead of it being bridged onto there, I actually want this to go to here. And then bridge onto this. So I'm actually going to release this chlorine gas. Is it made of granite again? Yes, it is. I'm tired of all this granite stuff being up here. That should stop them from making anything out of granite anymore. Okay, this igneous rock, straight up to there. This can now be disconnected from there. And then what I want to do over here is a priority bridge going up to there. Which means that this needs to be deconnected. This goes straight into the bin. That prioritizes filling the bin over anything else. After that, I then wanted to do this again, going to right here. This can be deconstructed. And over here it's going to need a bridge right there. So now we're filling this in. And over here is going to look just like this. Super simple. That is now complete. This, on the other hand, over here. This connector from there. It is not going to be connected like that. There we go. And then this goes there. That will then feed the other asteroid as a second priority. This is also ready for an insulated tile right there. And for us to break into this side. Oh, it's actually not ready for that tile to be deconstructed though. How are they doing the tubes? They're actually getting pretty far. They're pretty close. Actually, they're not pretty close. It's on the sweep up the middle portion here. Since people did come back, they did deconstruct more stuff, so let's do all of this. We are getting better at having power. Okay, they built that one tile in so we can deconstruct this. And this. And then add that tile in, and this. Tell them to sweep up anything that's in there. And then this is almost completely done. Regardless of what they build in first, that should be done pretty soon. Now this is filled in again. Can I build again? Are we gonna crash? There we go. That'll start giving us power back again. Okay, so all of the oil should be in here. Hey, it's about the right amount. Let's start... actually not doing anything over here. We are going to put in natural tile right there. We are actually going to close this off. Build this back up. Because we're going to move this oil over to here so it's easier to get in and just push everything over. They've got a majority of the top portion of this done. They got a little bit of the middle and nothing near the bottom. And there's more steel just being stuck there. And this is going to reopen another way of getting down here. So this plastic ladder can actually be moved over. And actually be tied into the very top of the asteroid here. Or the very top of this portion. So let's cancel this. Instead put plastic ladders throughout this entire thing. All the way down to here. And I'm going to get rid of all the extra ladders that are in this area. I'm hoping that I can go through this and just do an upgrade to put the regular ladders back in. So I don't actually know how that's going to work. It's also time for us to do our next prediction. This should actually not get deconstructed. If anything, it should just get replaced. Do we still have a way? I don't think we still have a way to get rid of the, or to put in supercoolant. We do not. We got rid of how to put our supercoolant in. So we're gonna have to, I guess, deconstruct from right there. Tried to put the bridge in before the autosave, but didn't make it. So we should be making supercoolant again. Where is the thing? Up here. We don't have a bottle ready, so they haven't logged that they have supercoolant to move. Okay, we are starting to get salt water back. And all of these, can I... Oh, I can reset them to being regular. That combat is them getting rid of the slugs, I think. Alright, I think they've gotten to the point where they can get rid of all this now. What is this pipe for? That looks like an old pipe that we just didn't get rid of. So we'll get rid of it right now. There is no way we're using 10 kilograms of water at a time. That just refills the loop. Okay. That's not what I click on. So the gases all here should be working correctly, and although this general area right here is a bunch of pipe spaghetti, it should be a little bit easier on the game than it was previously. Doing this is going to be fun. We actually need to move the pipes over one. That's going to be right there. This will need to be right here. And then we deconstruct both of those. This is a big mess of ladders and such. Did they finish the pipe? They did not finish the tube yet. They did start working over here. Let's do a regular pod, and we should probably start our second prediction. I don't know if I said that earlier, but we are about 10 minutes past. So with this next autosave, is the blue button in the top left corner going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? We did have a pair of boots last time. Whether or not we'll have another pair of boots, I don't know. they built the pipe before building the tile. They did build that, however, so I can mop this up and move it now. I can also get rid of those 2 tiles. Well, I guess all 3 tiles. We don't need this. And I think we might as well get rid of all of this. And just add those in. Because that'll allow us to have 2 more batteries if we need it. And we should be able to deconstruct all those ladders from here. Okay. Move this to right here. We are going to need a tile here. This is for super coolant. Where is it? Right there. Enable auto bottle. This does get bridged on. We are starting to do the process of super coolant, it looks like. Yeah, we do have a little bit of fullerene right there, so that will eventually get put into the super coolant. We could put an auto sweeper here just to really get it set up, but I think we can wait for the duplicate labor. It's not like we need the super coolant right now, it's just what we want to use. Tube is almost done. They have a little bit right in the center at the top, and they're doing a little bit at the bottom. So things are getting done. Try and sweep up all their mess over here. Once they move and open this bottle, which I'm actually going to put on a 9 now, we should be able to tell them to start getting rid of the oil throughout the rest of the base. The whole reason why we stopped them from picking up the oil is because we were using this bottle for multiple places. So let's empty it on a 9 for the same reason. Sweep all that. Sweep all this. Bunch of stuff right there for some reason. That now allows us to put super coolant in there. Don't have any yet, so there's nothing to do. They do have quite a bit of stuff to move around. Why? Oh, that's naphtha. I keep forgetting. We don't have a place to put naphtha. Actually, we could tell them to put naphtha in here, but we already have water. I don't know, chat. There is a lot of cobalt over here for some reason. That was probably from the automation, now that I think about it. If this is just fertilizer, I don't want that picked up. did the oil go? It's chlorine gas. Oh no. So the chlorine gas overrode the oil. We're gonna need to put a bottle emptier in here now. Alright, they finished the pipe all the way to just this section now, which is around the volcano. Which is very hot. The polluted oxygen around here is 100 near the center. Is that just because this is too hot? Yeah, we probably need another layer of insulation around this. Especially on the bottom and the side. So that it is at least the same thickness all around this magma. It won't help cool down the base around this area, but it'll at least help not heat it up as much. This is one area that would probably get some use from having a cooling loop around here. This crude oil is at the top. I want that on a 9. We only need one bottle. And I open this up so that the chlorine gas can be pushed away, and then there's one tile of oil. So dupe is coming over. Oh, there's dupe. And that's probably all the oil we need. So let's re-add in another thing. Another tile, I mean. This is going to be deconstructed, so it doesn't need to be a regular tile. Or an insulated tile. Now, I need to get it to the point where I can mop it up without interacting with this tile, so we're going to have to deconstruct down to here. Because we can mop all this up now. Now, surprisingly, we're not getting any gas being brought up here. And if we can... go like this. And I don't remember why I went up one tile, so let's just go to here. And then bring it straight into here. Alright, this has to be relocated to somewhere else. And we need to get into all of this. All that is right. This is correct now. We'll deconstruct that. And then all this. Is there a bridge in... Yes, there is a bridge. We do not want to deconstruct this until all of this gas is out of this pipe. we can set that up. This can go into a high pressure gauge. Deconstruct all that stuff. Have it fall down to the bottom of the asteroid. And then we do the same thing we did with the hydrogen, where we build in the tiles. But I can also tell them to deconstruct all that wire. No, let's not do the roof section at the same time. Okay, that got rid of everything that was in here. This is actually not done correctly. We need to move this tile over one, I forgot. That's in. We're gonna do a temporary tile there. So actually, we're gonna go from the top down. This area we can start deconstructing now, actually. Once they build this tile, just should be able to reach. Doesn't say that they can't, they just haven't chose to yet. We'll deconstruct this and move this oil over one tile. And that was all in the interest to try and keep as much carbon dioxide as we can. Looking pretty good up there. Don't think there's anything in this area other than the oil. Nothing there. All the debris from over here is taken care of. Most of the debris from here that hasn't been recently dropped has been taken care of. What is that? That's aluminum for some reason. Probably from us replacing a pipe. And there is water over here. Is there water way up here? No. So I have no idea where this water came from. I'm gonna guess that another cooling loop is emptied. No, I don't see an empty cooling loop anywhere. At least not so far. No, I don't see an empty cooling loop anywhere. So this is just new stuff that magically appeared. Starvation. You're inside, you're fine. We'll grab some lime. Alright, they did that. If I do deconstruct there and add a tile here, we should only get polluted oxygen in this tile. If we don't, we have this other amount of oil here. Yeah, it's just polluted oxygen for right now. We'll give them to build this tile and then one underneath it so that if I build this bottom tile, it doesn't just move the oil up one. I want it to be not destroyed, but I want it to be moved over. That should be what I'm accomplishing right now. This is gonna have to be destroyed. Awesome, it did get just moved over. Deconstruct that tile. That will allow us to get back down here, where we'll put 2 more tiles in. Which will move the oil over to this tile. I'm gonna tell him to sweep everything up, even though we're gonna be probably destroying something soon. Wow, that is already full of carbon dioxide in those pipes. I am surprised. How are they doing on this tube? They have the tube in completely now. That will help them get all the way down here. Why is there debris over here? That looks like iron, or not iron. It looked like lead. Why would they be bringing aluminum? Oh, from up here. One of these things for supercoolant requires aluminum. Hmm. Okay. Are we getting supercoolant in here, or are we just messing around? That's on a 7. We can't make any more fullerene, and we can't make any more thermium because we're missing niobium and graphite. We also can't make more supercoolant for some reason. It says we have a 0 gold available and 0 petroleum available. That can't be true, because we have petroleum being piped in. It does say it's waiting for gold to be supplied. So maybe should bring the gold down here, get it cooled, and then sort it to go over to here. Which, if we made this loop reversed to where it's leaving on the right side, it would make more sense for the gold. But for right now, it's not. How are they doing in here? I don't think they swept out anything from in there. And that's probably because they're down here mopping rather than sweeping. I'm gonna tell him to focus on this more than the mopping down below. Because down here is not as important as getting this carbon dioxide area filled in. Okay, we put one insulated tile right here. Should also replace this with an insulated tile, but I don't know if we can do that with the oil above it without messing something up. We're gonna try to. I'm gonna first put an insulated tile there. No, I'm not. We're gonna make this usable. Don't worry about the schedule announcement. That's going to be changed after this stream. That goes there, this goes here. With these two pieces in, if we get rid of this and carbon dioxide gets out, we're kind of okay with it. Alright, let's put this tile in. And another thing I noticed is that we have weird things going on with the power supply system over here. So I'm gonna move stuff over a little bit. And it does look like that oil did move. Which is fine. It did let out a little bit of carbon dioxide. But as long as in here is just carbon dioxide, we're fine. And it is. Just tell them to mop this up more than the water at the bottom of the base. Okay, then we get to deconstruct everything. Put in our last tile, and that's it. For the carbon dioxide, at least. We do have to come down here and queue this up to release crude oil. Two ladders. And then we're back to just cleaning up the bottom of the base. Now, I'm surprised that nothing over here is turned into a single debris tile. Have we made super coolant? Still waiting for gold. Oh, are we just out of gold? We are. This is dormant. For another 70 cycles, we're gonna have to make gold down here. which was being used just to make tungsten. So I'm going to tell it to not do this anymore. We are going to release the tungsten so that this is now allowed again. And we'll click this on to gold for forever. So we are at the start of the next hour, and we have about 2 minutes before the ads go in, so we're going to do our next prediction. So the top right or left corner, we have 30 points in for wallpaper. And we have... Ooh! We have an Atmo helmet, and it's a spiffy Atmo helmet. The twin antennae serve as an early warning system for low ceilings. So this is our first time getting an Atmo suit helmet. It is considered tops in this aspect. So unfortunately, I'm stealing your points. But in about 15, not 15, in about 25 minutes, you have a chance to win your points back. Is there anything else that we can add? Why? That's polluted. Dirt. Okay. It would make sense to just have this go straight up, though. And have this come over. We're gonna do that, because this might save... They should be able to reach everything. I don't think there's any part of that that they can't reach. That'll make things look a little bit better. There's nothing else over here that would need to be cooled other than this igneous rock. I don't know if it's getting hotter or colder, or if it's not changing at all. Kind of looks like the steam at the top of the bay, or top of the sturdy brick, is not getting any hotter. So I don't know what's going on with that. We should be getting a little bit of gold. We do have some gold. So I'm guessing our gold volcano doesn't make a lot of gold. I think if they come over here and deconstruct this after something goes on this line, it won't continue going. So I'm going to try and time this right and then just snip it. So now I have to wait for that one packet of polluted dirt that just got made. So if I get rid of it now, yeah, it doesn't continue going. It would, a new packet would go this way, but it won't. Oh, actually, this bridge is gonna tell it to go up there anyway. Well, we'll just go like this until the bridge is destroyed. Sweep all that stuff up. The game does not like us destroying those bridges, or those conveyor rails. But that made that a little bit cleaner. Is this more naphtha? It is. I am gonna move both of these to right here. Just so that I can see them in one tile, not where debris gets dropped. And we just need to get all this stuff. Now let's start making an automation thing for this cobalt. We will need an auto sweeper able to reach the far left corner. And a conveyor rail. And then we need to make a loop after the autosave. If I start here, we don't want to be right where the cobalt gives off more metal. That's a loop, then this would be the bridge onto it. But then we need a way for us to get the stuff out of here. I kind of want it right where that liquid valve is. So let's move that over one. And by over one, I meant in a way that the cooling loop is in the way. So we're not going to do that. So it would cause a bunch of bridges and stuff. We will move the cooling loop the other direction. Which will mean snipping right there. Oh, not right there, actually. One more over. Conveyor shut off goes here. This goes up and out. Then we have thermal sensor, which would go right here where the cooling loop is getting expelled from. Can I just flip the direction on this? Let's just do that. So instead of it going counterclockwise, we're going to make it go clockwise, which I can't do because then we have a bridge in the wrong spot. So let's flip the bridge around as well. And we still can't put the automation in yet. Let's do it the way that we were going to do it. We're doing it this way. This is going to have to go down one tile. And then we put this here. We'll grab some automation and put that there. This is going to have to be made out of steel, not cobalt. This, if it is above 125, I want it to go around again. Then we also need to bring power in here, which we already have in here, so let's just do this. And then this needs to be... That's not typing. And I can't get out of this because we're doing an autosave. We are stuck looking at the tree. There we go. That is cobalt. This is not made out of steel. That is made out of steel, however. Actually, we don't need that being swept in. Cobalt. We don't have a way for it to be released. That should go around, and with this saying no, it is below the temperature that this can take heat from, it's gonna get sent out. That can go all the way over. We'll need to make out of iron now. All the way over to here. Where it is gonna go up 2 tiles, nope, just 1. And get bridged on, or else it won't be able to figure out how to get out there. That is 1 volcano taken care of. Or I guess 2. Because we have the iron volcano already taken care of. I am actually going to deconstruct that piece and put a bridge here just in case we have shenanigans that don't work out. Or doesn't know which direction to go to. This one doesn't need to get cooled down past 125 because it's going straight back into a steam room. Cobalt does. We do have another cobalt thing up here, but I don't know if I can put another conveyor rail system in here. I was going to do the igneous rock as well, but I think when this produces more igneous rock, it will actually produce so much steam to break an auto sweeper made out of steel. What about wolframite? Or tungsten, I mean. No, tungsten is a better aluminum, it's not a better steel. Niobium, on the other hand, the thing that's... Wait a minute. Thermium is what I was thinking of. We're gonna use thermium to get the igneous rock out of here. So I'll put that right there. I didn't realize I had to scroll earlier. We're gonna put this up here. We will go this way, just for looks. Now, something I need to keep an eye on is the conveyor rails melting. Don't actually think I want this conveyor rail right there, or loader right there. I think I might want it off to the side, and we only move the debris through the right side of this volcano. So let's go there, and then I'm thinking of just going back and forth. So like this. And I guess just up and down. So we get to here, then... No, it would be to here. And out. Right here would be... that would be the controller. How would we bridge it on? We'll go down and bridge on down here. So that should be able to live right there. That can go there. The bridge will go right there, and then we need a little bit more conveyor rails just to get in there. We also need the power connected to it. I'll make a square there just because of how weirdly placed all this is. And that brings igneous rock into the equation. Which is going to be bridged on in a different spot just because of it being the only thing on the left side. Well, actually, not the only thing, but currently the only thing that we have for the left side of the asteroid. And we're going to do it right on top of the transit tube, not the pole. And again, just to make sure that it knows which way it's going, I'm going to put a bridge here. So we just need a couple more bridges. So this is one going down, one going left, and one going in. So we're going to cancel the conveyor rail right there. So this should be working. We do have to wait for this not to be dormant in 15 cycles before we see it actually producing stuff. None of this seems to be overheating. So we want this to be anything that is above 125. So if I do igneous rock, once it has power, it'll start moving stuff around. Did we make supercoolant yet? We did make a little bit. We do have bottle there. Does that mean this over here is full? Maybe. I need to make sure that this does not do anything. Do I want it like this? No, I want anything that's above 100. And on second thought, I might actually want to just do this. Trying to get all the packets to line up with itself. Back that back in. So now we're filling in this one pocket, which will actually take quite a while for us to empty out. So I'm going to try and do this. Let's make it a little bit closer. I'm getting there. I'm doing a buffer so that there's time for everything to start moving again in the correct direction. There we go. That's probably going to need another bottle, maybe two, nah, just one bottle. I was going to say maybe 2 bottles, but I don't think it's going to need a second one after this. They've got a majority of the outside conveyor rails done. I do have that on the 7th, so they should be doing that relatively quickly. They swept everything that they were told to. As far as I can see. So let's tell them to sweep more of this. Regular pod? Oh, we'll take some rust. Hopefully I caught the microphone during that sneeze. If you guys did hear it, I'm sorry. Now we may end up melting this iron ore conveyor rail as we send the fresh igneous rock around. I'm not sure how it's going to hold up to having debris on it that's superheated. So let's look into something that can be used instead of... Oh, we can use thermal. Okay, if needed, we'll switch all the igneous rock related volcanoes to having thermium instead of iron. They just put in another bottle, so this is when it's going to finally fill the entire cooling loop. We'll soon be able to get rid of the bridges here. Actually, we probably can tell them to stop putting more bottles on it. I doubt we're going to need this entire line here. Actually, we might, because there's bridges involved. There we go. Now we can stop. Tell it to stop. Tell this to stop. Tell this to stop. All this. I don't want to deconstruct it because then it'll go all over the floor. This now can be anything above 0. That is a full debris chiller. And I'm hoping all that super coolant is going to be put back into here, because this is not auto bottle, and that is correct. They did put it back in. And it doesn't look like the conveyor rails are overheating. It does look like the igneous rock is going to hover around the temperature that it's at right now. Although some of it did just drop 10 degrees. So maybe it is actually cooling down. It just needs to drop another 20 degrees before it gets sent out. Then we won't ever have to come back in here to get igneous rock, because it will get sent through the debris chiller, which will then send it into the colony, where it then gets sorted immediately and gets put into our hatch range. So things right here are getting better. We are still picking up debris and such. It's also time to get all of this water. And then we start sweeping up each one of these tiles individually. And then there will be nothing left for me to do on this specific asteroid. So I think we are, in fact, going to finish doing the rest of our volcanoes. And then that is it. We will have to either go back to Watelin to get more graphite, so we can do more supercoolant. This is now vacuum, by the way. Aside from this, we just go into Chiliol and get the Temporal Tear working. It looks like all the liquid has been moved. Or almost all of it. It actually has stopped because this is full. So we need to raise this up a layer, add that up one layer. For some reason it's super heated. Is there a chance that I could mop all this? Can start mopping there. Let's go back to Chiliol for a moment and see if we can clean that area up. That's view interior. I wanted to do this. We do have 100 things of food. Actually, we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go. Cancel launch. We forgot to add these tiles back in. Actually, let's not put those. Let's do the storage ones. Unfortunately, we still don't have puffs. Still haven't gotten them in our pod. Now it is time for a third prediction. So, is the blue button in the top left corner going to give us another piece of clothing, being either tops or bottoms? Or is it going to give us buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide, starting now. We will complete the prediction at the start of the next hour. And we might even do something else afterwards. So we still have 2 igneous rock volcanoes that are not in here. Is that the same shape as the one up here? think it is. I could just quick snapshot of this and hope that it places in all of these stuff. I don't need any of this. We really only need the conveyor rails and the power. We don't need this ladder. I think we're going to do the same thing for the gold. We're going to take a screenshot of it, or a snapshot. Let's go down to the cobalt volcano down here. Go like this. I want to get out of this view so I can actually see what I'm doing. Oh, that is not where that goes. Okay, so this has to line up with that. And then no lines there. The water is going to have to be moved over, which I probably should have did before we did this. Because now some of it did not get copied in. But it should be alright. This last volcano down here is going to be a little bit different, I think. Actually, it's not different, it's just the access point is in a different spot. So we could do the same thing. Take a picture of all of that and just line it up with the volcano, which would be like this, and then I need to cancel a bunch of tiles. None of the background buildings. Power is in a different spot, so let's just cancel this. Water, we don't need to do anything with water. And the exit area is going to be different as well. So that's all of those connected together. How do they do in Sputnik? They do have this ready, so let's take them away from here. We'll go over to Chilio for a quick destination. Once they leave, I think I'm going to do a no-leave base call. Just to get the Atmos suits back on the docks the correct way. Okay, that's them leaving. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say nobody's allowed to leave. We're going to wait until all but the last 5 suits are filled in. This will just help us focus on the base for a few seconds, rather than doing stuff outside the base that we don't really need to do right away. I'm going to empty this, but it's probably going to be a bad idea because of how much oxygen is in it. 6 kilograms, and we really only want to live in a 2 kilogram area. So people are probably going to get popped eardrums. Alright, we got our last stoop back in, so let's reopen this. And everyone will flood leaving the base. What do I want them to finish first? Probably this volcano here, so we can connect it further in. We do have this. This needs to be set to anything above 125. Let's go into priority construction only and put this on a 6. Because there's only 3 places that are being constructed. They are almost done sweeping up everything at the bottom. They only have 3 things of debris right here. We're doing pretty good on sweeping. Let's grab a little bit of water. I'm also going to tell them to sweep up this stuff here, because it's been sitting there for so long. Well, the auto sweeper is actually helping doing that. Looks like I'm doing the majority of the work over here. I think Regus is the other mechatronics engineer. Or is Regus a digger? I know Gino is. No, I think Gino and Sophie are the 2 diggers. Pretty sure Regus is the other mechatronics engineer that we have. And we now have the space to put in... Did it take the automation? It did. We just don't have the conveyor shut off. There we go. We should still have the power set up. Yep. Okay, so all of that is set there. Then we have to get this. Do we want to use the ladder as our connection point? I think we do. All the way to the ladder. Same with this one. This is going to go to the ladder and then down. We are going to bridge this onto that, so we prioritize the gold. And then this is going to want to go all the way down. Past our base, past the industrial sauna. From there, I'm not sure how we want to connect in. Over here, this is going to be an easy one. We just go out, which actually we wanted to bridge over that. And this is going to go onto there and bridge onto it. That's apparently all cobalt, which I wanted this to be iron, not cobalt. The bridge, on the other hand, can be cobalt or whatever it wants to be made out of. This is all iron, so that's correct. Do I want to just go all the way down? Or do I want to go left here? I think I just want to go left. I don't think I want to go down. I think I want to be on here. So that is that whole section connected in. Once they finish all these conveyor rails, I don't know what else to do on this specific asteroid. Which means that we are almost ready for the Temporal Tear. But I did finish sweeping everything at the bottom. Except for maybe the water that's on the left side that I can't see right now. Oh, they even got that. Wow. Okay. Sweep the ladder apart, I guess. Yeah, Regus is the other mechatronics engineer, so me and Regus are the only 2 that are working on this. That is set up, right? Yes, it is. How close are the dupes to the station? They're almost there. How are we doing on science? It looks like we're only missing data banks. Seems like it, because nobody's in here doing anything. Produce decay. I'm gonna assume that's stuff in the Curious Sputnik. We are also at Chiliol right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna deconstruct this. We're gonna go like this. We're also gonna deconstruct this once we can get to it, including the insulated pipe behind it. This is going to be moved up one tile. So is that. Oh, wait. We don't want this yet. Drywall first. Alright, they did do a little bit of sweeping down here. Or mopping, I mean. Do we have a place for clean water to go? I don't think we have a place for clean water to be dropped off at. So let's put a bottle of deer right here. I don't know if this is going to vent the water into space by the moment it drops. We're going to see. No, it goes in. Probably should have had that last tile built first. But it is now. So we did lose a little bit of water, but not like at a major amount. Put that in, and then we should be good at getting everything else out of here. Oh, is this still grounded, by the way? No grounded, we need food. That's the wrong asteroid. What's going on here? Chat? I don't know what happened to Chiliol. I can see every other asteroid, right? Is it just Chiliol that I can't see? I don't know if there's a way for me to set the rocket out without being able to see it. We're gonna reload the save. Doing a hard save. I need to be able to see the rocket, it seems, in order for me to send it out somewhere. Or are we gonna get the game again? There we go. And now Chilio. Oh, we're just way at the bottom. That whole time, I thought we broke it. We just ended up going way over here. I didn't try moving the keyboard before reloading. That really did scare me. Because I know a few times Vintage Story would do something like that. Alright, let's make sure to clean up the asteroid. Our next stage of this is... just getting rad bolts into here. Also moving the rocket down. Can't forget that. Can I take those out? Oh, we can. Let's get those as well. How close are we to being able to mop this up? I think it's 150 kilograms is what it has to be before we can mop it. So we only have a couple kilograms to go, and then we can move the rocket down to here so it's closer to this door. Come on. There we go. Okay, now we get to deconstruct all of this. Which I'm going to pause so that I can make sure that it's part of the autosave. We don't want that. We don't want this. We're going to have to send the rocket up into orbit without somebody. So we're gonna need at least one ladder. This, we're gonna tell Gino to be the one that stays here and moves the rocket platform. We do need this ladder built though, before we do that. Alright, once we have all this debris picked up, we're good to go. Regular pod, we'll have some shine bugs be here. They're picking up the water and dropping it a lot. It's like they can't make the water get all the way out here. I want to pick up the water bottles because I know when the rocket comes back down, it's going to be hot enough to pop the bottles. We've had that happen before, not by rocket, but just by being overheated. That the bottles just give out and stop being bottles. Then you get the liquid on the ground. How are we doing on Wadado? Don't know what they chose to do, but we're going to do this on Igneous Rock. We're going to tell them to prioritize construction of this. This needs to be gold, not gold. And this needs to be set to 125. That also is, yeah, if it's not 125, it goes out. Okay, where did they get to over here? They didn't do, oh, actually, they got some of this vertical portion done. So they weren't slacking that entire time. But I do want all of this done so that Igneous Rock can leave when it's cooled off enough. Did we have any leaf from over here? Oh, we did have a little bit. Look at that. Wow. I'm actually surprised because I didn't think it was going to be cooled down enough to actually leave. Now this over here is probably not good. Let's cancel that and put another bridge on. Just to make sure it doesn't mess anything up. Alright, back to Chilio. There's still debris right here at the door, or beneath the door. And we still have that. I don't know if there's debris behind it. There isn't anymore, but there is still water. And I don't remember if they pick up 200 kilograms. They do. Okay, everyone go into orbit, except for Gino. Gino, I wish you wouldn't have fallen asleep right there as we're about to leave. Can you go in here, please? Now, I want to see if the heat will leave relatively quick. Second thought, I don't think it will, so I'm going to deconstruct this. Rocket platform. Right here. We need to get rid of this ladder. I probably should have had one of the builders be doing this rather than a digger, but oh well. He's probably gonna have to get another breath. Actually, he's not. Look at that. Alright, start him up. Oh, set destination. Set destination. There we go. So here comes the rocket back down. I'm gonna tell Gino he's not allowed to leave for a moment. And now ladder's there. Select crew, Gino is added back to it. There we go. They're able to leave. And now that is Chile all completed up to the point where we need to figure out how we're going to do radiation over here. I kind of want to just do Wheezeworts. What is that saying it doesn't have a connection for? That's weird. That is apparently for the fuel tanks, where they were beforehand. That's just a visual glitch. We could do radiation from just the sky. Do I... Oh, wait a minute. That's a lot of radiation in here. I think what I'm going to do is a few tiles going across the top here. Just to try and get the radiation down. We actually don't need any of these anymore. Is that a raid? Welcome in, raiders! Welcome in, for everyone that doesn't know me. My name is Codeman9000. On this channel, we do a selection of all of my games in a specific order to showcase mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter on medieval city builder games like Manor Lords and Settlement Survival. We did a chapter on modern city builder games like City Skylines 2, Prison Architect. What's another thing? Another Brick in the Mall is kind of like Prison Architect. It's where you build a mall. And we are now in a chapter all about space travel. It's the third chapter out of 4, where our main game is actually not included, but we do have another side story coming. We're actually going to be starting a new game this upcoming Wednesday. Stay tuned for the end of the stream to find out what that's going to be, because we only have an hour left before we raid out. Today, we are putting a roof over top of our little asteroid here, just for radiation for the moment. Now, we are going to be using the sun radiation for this temporal tear. It's going to take a while for it to be set up. If it takes too long, I will just come in here and put like Wheezeworts or something else that gives us more radiation, but I do know that these tiles right now are above the temporal tear, and we're going to need this opened. These are probably going to be deconstructed now that I have them placed in. That was mostly just so I didn't have to use ladders. Yep. I was lurking in your channel earlier, but I forget what you were playing. Were you doing Austin Not Included, or were you doing, what was it called? It's another game. A lot of people that play Austin Not Included play it. RimWorld? Were you playing RimWorld? Don't remember. Just got lava event and was totally confused. Thought your base was flooded with magma. You haven't played RimWorld in a long time? Okay. What do you mean by lava event? I'm confused. Oh, you're doing Twitch integration Ani. Okay. Wrapping things up before DLC. We are actually, the Temporal Tear right now is the last thing we're going to be doing with this colony. We are getting ready to start another playthrough of Auction Not Included. Map is flooded with magma. Oh, I get it now. Alright, inside the base is what I'm more worried about with the radiation. So this whole section is fine. The radiation over here is killing off germs inside the polluted water that's in here. The radiation part that I am worried about is this section from here to here. And you should try it, recommend. I don't know if I'm ready to do Twitch integration. Leopard, to answer your question, that cave that I found in Vintage Story on the server was not part of my house or even the island that I'm living on. I went over to near where Regus lives and I was trying to find zinc, and it turns out through prospecting just mindlessly digging. I dug into that room twice and then found out that the zinc I was looking for was actually on the roof of that room. Once I found the zinc, by going around the room, I dug back into it, and there's a little bit of zinc that's probably going to despawn at the bottom of the little thing. Anyway. Ah, yep. Have fun lurking. Raiders, feel free to lurk. I'm not going to hold you here. And I am thinking about putting a radiation buffer over the rocket, kind of right here. I thought you planned to live like a dwarf. No. If anything, Willow's the closest to a dwarf right now, because I think she is doing the hobbit hole idea again. Back when we played Eco, Willow had made her house a hobbit hole. So that's what I mean by again. So it looks like we need 2 more tiles built up here. Because right here is 0, right here is 3.16. So that means this one tile is what they're building now. Which means that this will be 0 soon, as it is right here. This is not 0, so we need 1 more tile for that. And then the whole base is safe from radiation. Aside from the Temporal Tear, which we will be deconstructing this along with the ladder in a little bit. Alright, I'm okay with this having radiation, because this whole area is radiated. But the base is safe. So let's start deconstructing all of this. And then figuring out how in the world we are going to get our radiation set up to work here. I'm thinking of just doing a bunch of radbolt generators out here in space, in a way. And then just having it all go through here, maybe through a tile building. Ooh, ethanol. We want to go to Widado and then open this for the ethanol. Oh, we also have our 3rd prediction. Unfortunately, you know what? We're going to do another prediction just because we had a bunch of people come in for Raiders. So this prediction is stuff that happened before you guys came in, about a half hour ago. In this, we're going to open this pod. We have 30 points in wallpaper currently. And that is a decoration. That is not a wallpaper. So unfortunately, whoever put 30 points in before the Raiders came in lost their 30 points. But we are going to start another prediction for that same thing. Is the next pod that will open in about a half hour going to be part of clothing, being tops or bottoms, or is it going to be buildings, decorations, and wallpaper? For those who are new to the channel, anything that a dupe requires to place, or paint, or sculpt is a decoration. So, sculpting blocks, paintings, balloons like you just showed. If it is a thing that is just a cosmetic difference, like our beds here, that is a building. And of course, drywall is wallpaper. You guys have 10 minutes to put any amount of points that you would like to into that. And I just realized that we're in ads that whole time. I had just started a prediction for what our next pod is going to be. This pod right here. You guys have 10 minutes to vote on if it's going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper. And Discord is going off a little too much in my ears, so I'm going to close Discord on the computer so I'm not getting that beeping noise while people are texting. Alright, let's go back to Chiliol. And now I'm getting it through my phone, which means there goes my watch. Okay, sweep all of that up, and then can we do anything with radiation right now? So what I'm thinking about doing is putting the radbolt generators over here on the right side. Like that. I'm gonna put... Actually, we don't need to put any ladders because I can reach the power supplies there. We will need one rad bolt reflector, catching them and throwing them down. Which I guess it doesn't have to be pointed down like it is right now. We'll need one right here. And this is going to be changed out for these here. Which I guess this has to be deconstructed before I can place that in. So I do that. This doesn't need power, but does need to be directional. So there's this. This needs to be to the left, and we're going to copy settings to go with these. This should be directional in the way that you have it placed, which it is. So this, once we power it up, should be all complete. So it goes straight up and then into there. We'll do that, and then eventually we will have this Temporal Tear open. Now, I'm not expecting it to be very good in radiation. I'm going to assume that the amount that these generators get from just being out here is not going to be a lot. But according to this, 1,000 rad bolts, this does what? Does it matter on the radiation of the sun, or are these locked to a specific range? They only collect 20 per cycle. So we have 4. There's also a Primeape in chat. That's a Gen 1 Pokemon. Let me try to see if I have. Apparently I do have it. If we have 4, that means we're only getting 80 rad bolts per cycle. If we raise this up by 1 more, we'd get a whole 100, meaning that we'd only need to wait 10 cycles before this is done. So I'm going to just disconnect the power so that these rad bolts go away, because I want these to be working at the same time so that we can count the cycle as it goes. How many rad bolts in here? Only a couple. And I meant that literally. There was 2 rad bolts. They should all die out at the same time. There we go. Now there is something power related that keeps turning off. It's probably these. So that shouldn't take too much off of our power network, because we're only making oxygen in here. And in 10 cycles, do I have to press a button? Actually, I've never used this. Temporal Tear not revealed. We need to explore for the Temporal Tear. Now, I do in fact know exactly where the Temporal Tear is. So what we're gonna do is... oh, wait, I actually need to check to see... This is probably going to overheat because it's not drywall behind it. We are about to blast this stuff with carbon dioxide that's super hot. That's an issue to think about when it says that it's broken. We're gonna send everyone back home. We're gonna see how this reacts to the rocket being shot out. Here goes the rocket. How is that going to affect this? Not too bad, honestly, actually. Now, it is only made out of granite, so it's probably going to start overheating. Actually, it says building melted already. What got melted? A tile. Oh, the tile that we had right there. That's fine. More buildings melted. The ladders, that's also fine. We don't actually need to be down there. You know, seeing how this is a little way too hot, I may break through the abyssal down here and just inject heat into the ice biome down here. Now we will have an issue if the ladders here start breaking. Maybe I want to keep the rocket out here rather than where we just placed it. I wanted the rocket down here so that it's closer to the door so they could just get out and get in. But we really don't have that issue anymore where we need to be in there immediately. So anyway, by cycle 2252, we should have the Temporal Tear being able to be opened. How am I and Regis getting along with moving stuff? We have this all built in. That is a bunch of igneous rock that's been cooled down. And now we're kind of just moving around. We're not very smart, so let's do that conveyor rail to get the igneous rock to keep moving. And then they can focus on this, which I'll actually turn that up to being a 6. Since it's only a little bit there. Now we do still have a ton of stuff that's still right here. Apparently we don't have a spot to put fullerene. That's an issue for another day. We are now getting the steam turbines up here working. So that means that we are getting this hot enough. Finally. And that should be the conveyor rail to add all the igneous rock in. This is our debris chiller. Oh, we also need to put our sorter. Solid filter right here. Add power to it. We need to go up here, and we need to bring this gold all the way over to up here. Am I making that out of cobalt again? I was, because it was only that little bit. I feel like there was something that we're going to bring down from the right side. Oh, the cobalt. We didn't finish everything over here. The gold going up. What's this being made out of? Cobalt ore. Cancel that. Alright, now cobalt's gonna go above this rail. Down here. Cross over that. Which will make sense after we get the cobalt actually moving over to here. And I do want all of this being prioritized as well, over top of whatever else they're doing. Because I want to be able to get the gold out of here. If not, it's going to keep moving around, or it's going to back up right there at the filter. The line here doesn't have to be completed, but the filter I do want. Alright, Regus, I need you to do this, not the conveyor rails. There we go, and this is set up for gold. And that's done. We shouldn't be getting gold for a while still. I think this said 30 cycles. Yeah, it was 70 cycles before, not 30. Alright, so they're back to working on this. That is actually fine, so I'm actually going to high prioritize this area. We need this to be anything above 125. And that'll bring out even more igneous rock. We already have the one cobalt volcano done. We just need to figure out how we're going to do this side. So what I'm thinking is to put this here, the conveyor loader even closer to the volcano, and then have it come up and bridge onto the rail. This, I need to first find where we're going to put the shut-off. I think we'll put the shut-off right here, because we can put the thermal thing there. Alright. Heat up this entire area, and then come back. And let's see. Oh. We'll do that. Conveyor shut off. Thermal sensor. Automation. Power. More conveyor rails. That's going to go up. It's going to bridge to somewhere. And I think I want to bridge it to here and then go straight down. Like there. Yep. And just so that it doesn't have any funky things going on later on, we bridge our stuff on. Then all we have to do is connect this into our other thing for the igneous rock. And that is the very last volcano for us to automate in a way. This comes down to there. Conveyor rail goes on. Alright, how did they do over here on this one? This is almost done. They just have the two conveyor automation stuff, but they have all of the rails. So it looks like anyone can build those actually, or they were just dropping off the thermium. Okay. I should probably go to the other volcanoes to make sure that they don't have debris sitting around like this igneous rock that's sitting here. Igneous rock gets put there. That's now fully set up. I don't have to look at it. Scoop that up. So in this cobalt room, no cobalt. Or no debris. In the gold volcano that's dormant, no debris. Igneous rock, everything that doesn't have the volcano. No debris. What about right here? What debris is that? That is sulfur. Why are they bringing sulfur over here? They have a drop-off for that. Sulfur right there. They don't need to bring sulfur over here. I'm gonna tell them not to actually sweep that up. Alright, if they could, you know, build this. Insufficient resources. Did we run out of thermium? We did run out of thermium. We need more niobium before we can do that. Okay. Let's prioritize getting over here. So that's everything not leaving the cobalt volcano. Regular pod. We'll take the brine. And it is about time to do our last prediction, our fourth of today's stream. Usually we only do 3. We have 6.9 thousand points in bottoms, and we have 30 points in wallpaper. And our fourth prediction is, our fourth pod, it is wallpaper. Congratulations on whoever did wallpaper. Unfortunately, this is a wallpaper I already have, so that's a duplicate. But whoever did that, which looks like it's probably Gino, going off of the message. There is also a polygon chat, that's Gen 1. But Gino, you just won 6.9 thousand points. Congratulations, Gino. Alright, the other rocket is already here. It's probably already filled up. Now, something that's going to happen pretty soon is that we are going to run out of our oxidizer, because we were ranching puffs. But out of nowhere, every single puff died, even in here, and I don't know why. It's a nice, livable temperature in here. They've had their gas. The ones down here don't really matter, but we did have like 6 puffs in each one just because we had too many. So I don't know why they all died. But we are going to take this rocket and go this way. I know the Temporal Tear is to the south of our main asteroid. I don't remember exactly which direction. And of course that did something weird. Congratulations, Gino, on catching the polyro. And I did get destination, begin launch sequence. This needs to be grounded while we are at home. And actually, hold on. I don't want to send you out yet. Cancel launch. I want to raise your food intake. The Temporal Tear could be like on the edges. I know it's not these 2 points at the very like equator of the star map, but it's somewhere on the edge down here, and I don't remember where. So we're just gonna go straight into this corner and see if it's there, and then we'll go over here, and then we'll either do dead center at the very bottom, or we'll go to the midpoints of southwest and southeast. How are they doing on the conveyor rails? They're doing pretty good. They're actually pretty quick at doing this. Game is starting to struggle on this specific asteroid because of a lot of stuff. We haven't done the debris chiller on the other asteroid. I don't know if we need to at this point. We could just send the aluminum, which is not dropped off there. Where is the aluminum dropped off? Is it further down? Oh, it's right here. We could send the aluminum straight into here, which I think I will do because it's in line with the other place already. So if I just do that, and then we grab a bridge this onto that, then we can deconstruct all this. And I guess sweep up everything that's right here, which isn't a lot. There is a lot of granite and a lot of aluminum, but there's not a lot of different types of debris. Oh, that's right, we didn't send them out yet. We were filling them with more food, which is not in there yet. So let me come down here. This is our storage bin. No, that's not the right one. Pickled meal, right here. Oh, we don't have a lot. And why is this just sitting here? Frostburger should not be sitting right there. What? I didn't have it queued up? That doesn't seem right. Prep for preserves should be also set up there. Something weird happened there. Where's the Frostburger? This is on a 6. I don't think we want that on a 6. And this is 9. Stuff that won't go bad. We do have the pickled meal up here now, so we are ready to send them out. Once we can. There we go. So, the bold Uranus, please continue. Again, launch sequence. Dupe needs to get up here as quick as they can. I don't think that's Dupe. That's not Dupe, that's somebody else. This is Dupe. Dupe is our Dupe named Dupe. So one of 5 dupes named Dupe. Why did somebody else just go in there? Is Gino set up to be on both rockets? Do we still have them set up on this? We do. Gino doesn't have to go with them. Gino can stay here. I don't know where Gino is going right now, but that is not something he needed to do. Alright, Dupe is on their final, or second to final, rocket launch. Of course, we're going to be sending our dupes through to Temporal Tear. And this will be the first time I've ever opened or done anything with the Temporal Tear. I've never used the Temporal Tear opener, let alone been to the asteroid with the Temporal Tear on it, or the opener on it. I usually stay away from it. Alright, they are taking a little bit on doing just conveyor rails, which I find ironic. I appear to have lost my wiggle emote for the moment. Your wiggle emote? I don't know what you mean, Delacloth. What is going up here? Polluted mud. Where did we just get a bunch of polluted mud from? I guess somebody dropped polluted mud down here. I don't know. It's one of Willow's emotes that I use as a greeting. Oh! Okay, well either way, welcome in. You have caught the end of the last Oxygen Not Included stream for a little bit. We're going to be switching games starting Wednesday when we come back. Do I get more thermium or do I just put steel here? It probably wouldn't take too long to get more niobium from Caribo, right? The niobium is pretty much just dig down here and grab more. Yeah, let's do that. This is going to be set to niobium. And we're also going to set this to niobium as well. Fortunately, we need a dupe to go up there and switch that. I'm pretty sure we're only going to need 2 kilograms or 2 tons of niobium in order for us to build this one auto sweeper. I don't think we'll need more than 2 kilograms. And our issue on Caribo is that we had carbon dioxide in here. So we are probably going to melt ourselves doing this. But I'm hoping that if I bring a ton of duplicates with me, we can do this super quick. There's a little bit of building left to do. Deconstructing all this. Yeah, this should be fine. Hopefully we don't kill everyone. Did they didn't set the thing yet. I think they won't set it until we're in there, so let's send them out. Set destination. Caribo is right here. Begin launch sequence. It doesn't look like we need to go back for more graphene for a little bit. I do want to set up an auto sweeper over here. And where is the... right there, it's the second tile. So where the debris is where this auto sweeper has to reach. And that auto sweeper is going to be powered with this. Now, since both me and Regis have finished that, we're gonna do that automation there. Get this connected in, so when the next little bit of aluminum is coming through, it can get sent in the correct way. And we'll grab this over the other stuff. Because I don't need to be picking up this if the other stuff isn't ready yet. So we did have the steam turbines here running for a little bit. For those that don't know, we did the math on how much power we were consuming on the last stream, and then we did the math on how much our steam turbines could be making at max capacity. We found out that our steam turbines alone, if they were all running at full throttle, would run this entire asteroid with everything that we have. We could also add in some solar panels up here. That would probably actually help us a lot. We may not even need to use petroleum as much if we did solar panels. We did add in the steam bath to get power from the steam, but it doesn't seem to be very efficient. Like, all the way over here is 116 degrees. I know it's a long corridor, but this is where we'd be putting our steam turbines, and I don't think we're going to be getting a lot from it. It could be because we have this tile here. I don't know if that would do it. I kind of want to try taking that out and seeing if it would help. But I don't want to lose the amount of steam we have. I think we might just put solar panels. We could definitely put solar panels on the left side. I'm gonna pause because I know there's an autosave coming. Let's start by digging all that. We already have the power coming out on the left side of the airlock anyway. That's just so that the heat of the exhaust doesn't overheat this area more than it's already doing with this door. We could put a insulated door now. That is a thing. We do have reed fibers over here. It wouldn't take too long to do it. Let's do it, just to make this a little bit more blocked off from outside. It's okay if it vents off any extra gases that we have in here, because it's just a couple... It's not even a kilogram of polluted oxygen. We're a little bit more than a kilogram of carbon dioxide, just because there's more than, I guess, this whole area. Did we get rid of all the oxygen? Let's switch to gas. Aside from the little packets that are here and there, and this little chunk, these chunks, all the oxygen is at the top. And right here. Now, I know our diggers aren't here, but they should be able to... Anyone should be able to do that. Are we having power issues here? I don't think we are. I don't know how to... What is this? There's niobium in here! Go home. You're not... You know what? No. No, I changed my mind. We are gonna go back. We'll finish digging that niobium out that we don't have yet. I didn't know there was niobium here. This must have been the last rocket we took over there. So when we bring this rocket back after finding Temporal Tear, we will have to delete this tile. You did hear the word, Leofar. We have niobium stuck in this tile, and we just sent the other rocket, Curious Sputnik, over to grab more. So I was going to send them back, but then, you know, it's not going to take too long. We're only going down here to finish digging the tiles that I had set to be dug. We might even grab the stuff from in here. We're bringing 5 people here. So this should get done quickly, because 2 of them are diggers, 2 of them are builders, and then we have the pilot. A lot of this is digging, but if we have 2 people, it shouldn't be too bad. We are going to have a lot of carbon dioxide in here that's going to be probably really hot. And if I could get rid of this magma, we'd probably do a little bit better. But the rocket platform's there. So I would have to do something really dangerous. Well, actually, I can't even delete this and then place it somewhere else. Because our dupes don't have oxygen in their suits right now. So anyway, how are we on... Okay, so this is all done. They're sweeping up this stuff. Any day now, autosave. There we go. So now the only thing left for them to build is the cobalt volcano over here, which we don't need to higher prioritize because it's the only thing left. There's nothing else that we're building over here. So open this. Ooh, omelets. I'll definitely take the omelets. Are we not able to get puffs from the printing pod? Ever since our puffs died, I haven't seen a single puff from that pod. And I feel like beforehand we were getting eggs of 3 for regular puffs. Delicate is saying yes, so I'm gonna count that as a confirmed yes. My memory is bad at times, so if it's just me saying it, then it's probably not true. But since one other person said it, even Leofar saying I'll get them. It's been like 100 cycles and I haven't gotten a single puffed egg, and we need puffs because we're using oxalate as our oxidizers for the rockets. We do have a fertilizer thing built in, but I'm trying not to use that. We were ranching them, that's the thing. All of our puffs died. There's an oxalate machine? Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. I also didn't realize that there was debris right there. So Leofar is talking about something I think is a refinement. The oxalate refinery, which we pump in oxygen, and after a couple cycles or seconds, is it seconds or cycles? I forget. Oxygen and then makes 600 grams per second, so every cycle, or is that per cycle? Cycle starts with C. So what is that? 10 kilograms or is it 10 tons? I forget. Either way, I do know it needs gold as well as the oxygen. Right now we're kind of pressed on gold because we're using it for supercoolant, but also our volcano is dormant for another 46 cycles. I didn't even see Delicate's message, and I knew somebody was going to say it also takes gold. Alright, let's see how they're doing out here. Oh, they just landed on Caribo. I saw that. I don't know if you guys saw it. Bold Uranus should be able to grab these 2 tiles. I think the Temporal Tear is only ever on the edge. So it could be this, or one of these 2. But I'm pretty sure it's on the bottom. Probably not going to be that. That could be one of the other 3 planets. As well as this could be one, because it's not right against the edge. This could be one. These 3 can't be because there's never an asteroid closer than 2 tiles out. There could be an asteroid here. Just like, actually that's not a good example. We don't actually have an asteroid that close. So it looks like the asteroids have to be 3 tiles out from a planet. Even over here it's 3 tiles out, not 2. This is 2. Huh. So anyway, this is probably going to be a planet. I think that's the last thing that they're going to work on. But we did get over to here, so let's go into Caribo, where they should start pouring out here. The builders should be building this, the diggers should be digging this, and they should all be screaming because of the heat of the carbon dioxide. As well as the fact that they can't breathe. That allows us to put another triage cot right there, and more tiles right here. I'm also going to start deconstructing this stuff. Is in here grounded? It is, so let's unground that. I don't know if that's the correct way of saying that, but it's ungrounded. Well, excuse me for being predictable. It's okay, Delica. Somebody made a mess. Ooh. Willow. Oh, because Gino's in the bathroom. Gotcha. That's okay, Willow. I won't blame you too much. If anything, it's Gino's fault. Gino's the one to blame now. Once they build this one tile, we can start getting into here as well. But we really only came here for this niobium. The builders can come down here to dig. We do have the builders able to dig through abyssalite and obsidian. Alright, right now we're gonna stop. And we're gonna come up here. We're then going to dig those tiles. And these should be at 100. I forget what the 100% does. I think it's that they have to be 100% healthy? Is that the way I want to say this? Healthy? They have to be 100% healed. Oh, somebody fell. That is Gino's. Gino put on any of these? Yes, they are. I am going to put these on a 7. Make sure that they get picked up. So now both our diggers are no longer able to dig. Our builders are. I think I'm going to bring these guys up here more. We'll build in another section. Triage cots. And then we'll deconstruct the one that Sophie is on. Let's also deconstruct this stuff. Sophie's gonna have to come up here. Alright, let's put these back on 100. Then priority, can't see it, there it is. So that if somebody becomes incapacitated, deconstruct all that. Now with us having 5 duplicates, we can heal them quickly, as well as deconstruct and build things. So we may be able to do everything even without the duplicates going everywhere. Like Willow's even coming down here to try and dig this, but they didn't make it before they had to get oxygen. I wonder if I moved the rocket with a duplicate here that was on the triage cot. Then I told them to come down here and deconstruct this. If I could put them back on the triage cot before they suffocate, and then the triage cot would gain them enough oxygen to then come back down here and build the rocket platform. For those that don't know, you get 1 second of oxygen while laying on this, but I think they use that at the same time. Okay, this doesn't seem like they're getting that. I do know that after a little bit, your rocket will run out of power if it's not moving. So when I can, I'm going to click on it and continue going further down in this direction. I do have to keep an eye on our distance. So we are now going 6 tiles out. I have 14 tiles left. It looks like somebody else came down here and dug another tile. That's good. Well, another thing that's going to hurt us a lot is when we get in here, all this sour gas. And I want to try and get this lava to fall down so we can put tiles underneath here. So I might want to dig this tile as well. Get the magma to fall in here. Willow is doing her best. And I think she just said it's intensely bright. Oh, new planetoid detected. Siltano. Siltano has steam vents. It also gets regolith, iron, and ice meteors. It has barren oh, it's just a regolith planet. There's nothing special about it. We're not even going to go look at it and put it on the list of things to go to. Okay, so now everyone that can dig is stuck on the triage cots. The only person that's not over here is the pilot, which can't do anything down below. Very unfortunate for us. In terms of stuff done at our main base, we are getting some overheat damage because this is made out of iron for some stupid reason. It's supposed to be made out of steel by default. Not iron. Does that mean that the other one over here is made out of iron? No, that's steel, and that's steel. Steel, steel. Steel, steel. I don't know why that was made out of iron. The ones in the volcanoes are made out of thermium, made from the niobium we got previously. But this should have been steel. Weird. Very weird. We do have the automation set in here though, so I can put this to 1.5. And this is just so we can bring the cobalt around here as the opportunities are going. And I think we're doing good on power. How are our batteries? This is the first time in about a week of streams that we've seen actual battery percentages on these batteries. They've been dead for so long, and we've been struggling to keep these generators going, the petroleum generators. And this past week was a 4-hour stream and two 2.5-hour streams. So 9 hours of gameplay, struggling to have these 5 going, and all we need is full pipes going. Our oil production makes a full pipe, because along with the 9 kilograms that this usually makes, we have this little bit of a leaky fissure that fills in the gaps. And we are prioritizing leaky fissure over this. So even if it, like right now it's backed up, that's only because of the leaky fissure. But it should be only 9 kilograms, but this is taking out 10 each time, so. Shenanigans, that's all. So now both of these should be out of items. So this doesn't have any graphite for... I'm gonna pause. We ran out of graphite for supercoolant. We ran out of niobium for thermium. Over here, we ran out of gold. We have fullerene. We need to add gold to this. And I don't know why it says that there's no petroleum available, but we have it piped in. So we have petroleum here, but over here it says 0. I think it's because we didn't put bottles in. Anyway, let's go back to Caribo, because it seems like somebody got off the triage cot. 2 people got off the triage cots. And it's Sophie. Sophie doing her best. Her very best. Just like the Pokemon song. Now, is this a 1-block corridor or is it 2 blocks? This is a 1-block corridor. We really want to open this up a little bit so that gas can leave this a little bit quicker. Okay, Gina just got her. I thought Gina was just about to become incapacitated, but it was the other way. For those that don't know, if you have a 1-block corridor, the gases will leave that area or mix in that area slower than if you have 2 blocks or 2 tiles of a corridor. So this right here is now being opened so that more gas can leave. We now got into niobium, which is a lot quicker to break through than the obsidian. And somebody became incapacitated, but we have trash cots open. The pilot should never get hurt other than them trying to come down here and picking up the Niobium. We are also at the point of the stream that we would be ending usually. My headphone did just die. That was perfectly timed to me saying that we're at the end of the stream. We're going to keep going for a little bit. I am excited to try and get this asteroid taken care of. We only have to get these dig commands done and then grab this gravitas. Not gravitas pedestal, but the phone. What's it called? The strange brick. We want to grab the strange brick. We want to go into this and see what's in the locker. If not for the clothing, then just for the databanks that we get from looking at it. Do we also get databanks from this? We do! I'm pretty sure databanks are made out of plastic though, right? So if we open this, and go straight into the lava. I don't know. If somebody tells me that the databanks wouldn't melt, then I'll do it now. But I'm concerned that they will melt. But we almost have Willow ready to go back downstairs. Why did the pilot get incapacitated more than Duke? It is very ironic and I don't understand how that happened. Willow is almost done. Willow's probably going to be healed before the doctoring bar is finished. She didn't get fully healed. Never mind. Dupe's going to die. Unless they're going for that Niobium. They're not going for the Niobium. They're going to dig out more. Dupe, you're scaring me. Dupe's going to be incapacitated on this ladder. Yep, I saw it. Willow, please. Wait, why is Sophie doing it? Didn't Willow just come out? Sophie, a person on a triage cot, just went to pick up an incapacitated dude. Huh. Don't know how that worked. So here's Willow. Willow's of course helping Dupe. I don't know if Willow needs to do all the doctoring for all 4 dupes before they go and start digging again. It looks like she... No, that's... Yeah, that is Willow. It looks like Willow does have to do doctoring for all 4 dupes before they go and do other things. So that's 2 on the bottom. Just gonna do Gino and Papa Rasputin. I don't think Willow finished the doctoring for Gino. They're very close, yep. There was like a sliver left of the bar. I don't... Did Willow finish the bar? She did! And she was just about to go back down, but then she chose not to. There is only a couple more dig commands left, though. I'm gonna do 2 quick ones. Grab some Niobium, awesome. Maybe all of it. All but the little piece that's dropped right here, that's fine. I think the storage bins are on a higher priority than digging anyway. Let's check in on our rocketing dupe. It looks like you're not doing it. Because you're sleeping. Okay, so they're doing okay for a little bit. That's not what I meant to click on. I meant to click on Caribo. What did you just drop? Oh, Niobium. The little bit that was stuck here. After Willow puts that Niobium away, she should be focusing on digging out the remaining parts of the asteroid. Gino is about to be done. Papa Rasputin is about to be done. Gino's not done, but he did get up to go inside. So Willow's probably going to change with Gino, if not Papa Rasputin, since they seem like they're even closer than Gino is. Alright, when Gino gets back on the trash guy, he's probably going to be there for like 2 seconds and then leave. Willow's definitely going to get hurt before we leave here. How are we doing on food? We're doing great so far. Oh, there's still Niobium here. Okay, Sophie is over here doing the digging. I am a little concerned that this magma is going to move where I don't want it to move. It didn't. Awesome. It stayed where it needed to be. Could you stop dropping the Niobium? You're so close to the rocket. Just pick it up. Stop. Did it again. Pick up the Niobium. You're not doing that. You're going down there to dig. Good job, Gino. Who's incapacitated? Somebody who got to the triage guy. Okay. Now that that was dug out, I want to put 2 tiles here. We're gonna need to put a 3rd tile here so we can unlock the door. Oh! Gino passed out. Good job, Willow. Somebody, no, get Gino. You guys are gonna kill Gino just because you're not picking him up. What is going on here? What? Papa Rasputin's down there doing stupid stuff. Gino's gonna suffocate to death. You idiots. For reloading. They got him to the ladder, went up 4 ladders 4 different times, and dropped him. They were at the rocket, they went inside, got air, they got more air, came out and then dropped him again. It would have been different if he was in like the magma area at the bottom of the farthest ladder. That would have made sense that they keep dropping him. I may have not reloaded for that. I don't know about this, chat. Now there is something in our to-do list that I forgot to take off, and that's the first thing. Make it back from Caribo. Alright. So we're back before all those shenanigans. Sophie tried doing her best. They're dropping Niobium. They're still dropping Niobium. I don't know why they're doing that specifically. They haven't broken into this yet, so I'm gonna cancel digging that out. I want to see if we can still put the tiles in. I don't think we can, so if I dig those 2, maybe the magma will fall enough. Okay, don't do that weird stuff with Sophie. Alright. Gino, you're probably not gonna be able to stay down here very long. Yeah, I didn't think you were gonna make it over here. You're very low health. Alright, I'm gonna open a little bit of Reese's. I am starting to get very hungry. This sour gas is going to be an issue in here. We are again back to just having the pilot being alive. Now Droop in space is doing the best they can. If I send them back home right now, they're 6 tiles away out of 14. So I think that would mean that I can't go all the way to the edge and back. But I should be able to get close enough to see the edge. We should be able to go 2 more tiles and see the edge of the map. Food is decayed. I need to make sure that they're both okay. This one's fine. Well, Uranus seems alright. Oh, he's having power problems. We need to move him a little bit closer. We might have to do a second trip just so we have power to get all this uncovered. We should have a duplicate coming down here to dig this out. I don't know why they're not. Hello, boy. My kitten just came upstairs. What are you doing? Hmm? Do you want treats? Because that bag sounds like your treat bag. Is what you want? Let's go somewhere everyone can see you. This is my almost 1-year-old kitten. He is going to be 10 months old in 2 days. On the 9th. Alright, now there's 2 people not on triage cots, and they're not going down into this area. Which makes me confused on why they're not going down there. Maybe the dig commands got bugged. I'm gonna cancel all the dig commands and redo them. Because I can definitely reach it. Yeah, they can. Duplicates can dig and deconstruct 3 tiles below them. And they can do up to 4 above them. Rummage and inspect. Rummage, inspect. Didn't get anything new. I'm going to inspect this as well. New databank. Mining gun promo. Bring your mining operations into the 23rd century with new Gravitas personal excavators. Improved particle condensers reduce raw volume for more efficient product shipping, and that's good for your bottom line. Licensed for industrial use only, resale of Gravitas equipment may carry a fine of up to $200,000 under the Global Restoration Act. Brought to you by Gravitas Facility. Alright, so we have warm coat and something I can't see because Sophie is in the way. Snazzy suit. I want data banks. No, let's do it this way. Data bank. Somebody cue it. There we go. Don't know what happened there. I guess the refined carbon just flashed into a thing. Oh, it was the clothing. It looks like databanks don't have a heat thing. This is gonna have to be relocated in here individually. And this is where we all struggle. This is sour gas. Thousands of degrees. Papa Rasputin is in a dangerous place to be incapacitated. Come on, dude, get him all the way up. Get him all the way up. Alright, that's close enough. Okay, Sophie, you better be coming down here only to grab stuff and then leave. Oh, you grabbed the thing. The brick. Did you drop the brick? I don't see you having the brick. You did drop the brick. I didn't even see her drop it. Are you gonna drop the brick? Not down there, you're not. Awesome. And Sophie's on the bench. Alright, dude. After you do that, I'm gonna have to tell you not to go down there again. Or you're gonna have to switch with Gino, maybe. Gino does have a little bit more health. Did you finish Sophie? I think they went on to Gino and Willow without finishing off Sophie's doctoring. Yeah, they didn't. Look at that. Shame. Shame on you. How is Chili all doing? There's a bunch of nuclear fallout. I don't know how that works. Oh, I get it. Hi, Mama. Pretty girl. The kitten's mom just came upstairs. What are you doing? Mama. That's the first time she's been upstairs in, like, a year. So I'm guessing that this just isn't going to be getting it opened until we have the Temporal Tear found. Alright, let's focus on Caribo, because somebody is incapacitated. It is Dupe. Gino, I need you to brave the wilderness and get Dupe saved. I know it's hot, I know you're already hurt. Gino, that's not what I said to do. Luckily, Willow was listening. Alright, how are they gonna get killed trying to get the databanks? You didn't have to try to get all of them, but alright. We're probably going to be rotating out Papa Rasputin and Willow in order to get the databanks out from below. Sophie might actually be the closest to surviving it. We'll have to see after Gina does all the doctoring. Sophie's suffering would be the one that's the most healed. All we have are these two chunks of databanks. That's only one databank, too. We have a full 10 databanks to pick up, and that's it. So hopefully they pick up these 9 and don't come back for this. Or don't come in here with the 9 and drop it. I don't know what's gonna happen. Alright, Gino, you're not gonna go down there. You're gonna switch with Sophie. When Sophie gets too hurt, she's gonna switch with Papa Rasputin, who's probably gonna be done by the time she's too hurt. Especially since it seems like she's doing the doctoring now. Up she's going. She's bringing them closer. That was about like 10 tiles closer, maybe 8. She didn't make it up the ladder. I wonder if the ladder is the issue. Now she is relatively hurt, so she's probably going to swap out with Papa Rasputin when they're done. Because they're going to be close before their doctoring thing is done. Gino got finished, that's cool. Building melted. Rad bolt generator, the first one to go from the heat. That's alright. We have to come back there anyway after we find the rad bolt, or the Temporal Tear. So if you don't go down there. This is unopened. We're going to do Sophie on there. They're going all the way in there to get that data bank. They're going to drop it right on top of this one. Now there's 10. There's only one to pick up. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. There you go. Now you can drop it. They brought it all the way inside. We now have everything we needed. We get to go home. Get out of here. You can get healed when you're at the other place. I'm gonna view interior. No, no, view interior. I want us to be grounded when we get to our home planet. Are you having power issues or are you just sleeping? Just sleeping. Because that could be the Temporal Tear, this could be the Temporal Tear, I don't know which one. It might not even be either of them, it could be over here. Come on. Dude, finish this. What did they find? They found a demolished rocket. They're unfortunately going from the right to the left. They're not just going to do the thing I really am excited to see. These guys have 2 cycles to get home. They have a lot of food left. Old Uranus is probably going to have 3 cycles to get home, and they have all of their food. Plus extra. Don't know that happened. They are having power issues though, so I think it's time for us to send them home as well. Because we're not going to send them even closer to the Terra. I don't know if they'll be able to get back. Destination. We could go 2 more tiles. This is only saying that it's 8 tiles away. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we have 10 to go home. Let's go 1 more further. Just to try and get that extra boost. Look at this Niobium just staring at us. In here doing nothing for us. Alright, that's one more. They have 3 more tiles to go through. I'm just gonna unequip your suit so you don't have to get off until you run out of power. Alright, are you good? Oh, you're going to sleep. They're wasting a lot of power. Or the batteries are getting charged while they're doing this. I don't know. They didn't eat anything. That's weird, right? That should be 1. And they do a little bit of piloting. They're now going to be at that spot. See if they can do 2 more things before they run out of power. Not doing bad on water with just 1 duplicate. I'm gonna guess that this is almost empty. No, it's actually not that empty. Wow. Alright, we're on the last thing that they're researching. And then we head home, no matter what it is. That's a perfect time for an autosave right before it's done. Pause. I want... Oh, that's a worn atmosphere. That's not good. Shouldn't have taken that off. I want to know what this is. It is actually a Temporal Tear. I thought it was going to be on the right side. Okay. We found it. You can go home now. You're also going to deconstruct this tile. So they're gonna take 4.5 cycles to get home. Chiliol. Still don't know how this works, but either way we're gonna have to come back and rebuild the things for this, the rad bolt generator. Udado. This is all ready except for the power. This is cobalt. That's a D. Cobalt. Iron. I don't know why there's water here. You know what we could be doing? Since this is just aluminum, we could be sending it up here. That's where we're using it anyway. We'll take the snazzy suit. All of our duplicates, all 26 of them, have suits on. But I don't know. Anyway. This is the end of the stream for today. What's the most exciting thing that we've done? We did a lot of automation with conveyor rails. We could take a screenshot of this. We could take a screenshot of this. I think this would be the most exciting thing, now that I'm thinking about it. So that's what we're actually going to take a screenshot of. So do Alt-S, hides the UI. Take a picture of that. Alt-S again to bring back the UI. We're going to go back to without. Now, usually I would have a prediction ready, but we did 4 predictions, so we're not going to do another one. So, on Wednesday, we're going to be starting a new game, our second side story of Chapter 3. Southern Finn and Raiders, welcome in. You caught me right as I was about to raid out. Welcome in, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Codeman9000. On my channel, we are playing all of my games in a specific order to showcase mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter on medieval city builder games like Manor Lords and Settlement Survival. We did a chapter on modern city builder games like City Skylines 2, Prison Architect, Another Brick in the Mall, stuff like that. We are now in Chapter 3, where it is all about space travel. So we did Kerbal Space Program, we did Infraspace, and our main game now is Oxygen Not Included, where we had actually just found the Temporal Tear, which can be considered an endgame accomplishment for this. It is a thing you can explore. There is an item on the frozen planet, which is called the Temporal Tear Opener. So we're going to be coming back here where this power line is. We're going to be adding radiation creation buildings that are going to send radiation into here. This is going to shoot a really large beam into outer space all the way over to here, and then that's going to open and we can travel inside it. That is the end of this playthrough with this group when we go through that. And that is the end for our story. We are going to be doing 2 more colonies. Maybe a 3rd one, depending on when the next DLC comes out. We're going to be playing on the Frosty DLC. We're going to be playing on the Bionic Duke DLC. And then they came out with a prehistoric DLC. I'm not going to be playing that as part of the story. But they are coming out with a 4th DLC where I think we're on a water world. I haven't looked into it. I don't know anything about it. No spoilers. But that may be the 4th colony. But anyway, this is a perfect time to leave us on a cliffhanger for Oxygen Not Included. We're going to be going into our next side story, where we are going to be playing Timberborn. We'll be starting that on Wednesday, where we'll be doing our first 4-hour stream on a Wednesday for summer break. I finish work in 2 days. For those who don't know, I am a school bus driver. So anyway, let's save the game. We'll do a hard save. We are then... Oh, while we're doing this, Finn, what were you playing? How was your stream? Quit the desktop. We're going to save and quit. We're going to go into our raid-out scene and talk to Finn and find out who we're going to raid out to. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.